So I think I got it. Bear with me, everyone, while I configure my live stream. This is the first time that I've ever really live streamed anything. And so bear with me. I may make some mistakes. I may talk out of turn. A lot of things may go wrong, but hopefully more things go right than go wrong. Um, so today, what I want to do is I want to start my um, podcast. Well, this is a Driven to Serve series, right? And so the goal of this live stream is for me to stream 27-hour drive from Tampa, Florida to the IMN SFR East Conference in Miami Beach, then that's going to be 6 hours. Then I'm doing a 12-hour drive from Miami Beach to Pensacola for a Heist, Weiss, and Woke um, 6-hour CE course. Once I get that done, then the next day on the 21st, or 22nd, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to be in Tallahassee, which is another 3-hour drive, and then another 6-hour drive back here on that day. So in total, I'm going to be driving around 27 hours. It's going to be across the whole week, and as the president for the Florida State chapter of NARPM, I'm always trying to find creative ways to add value. I'm always trying to find creative ways um, to keep people informed, to get people interested, and I'm hoping that this will do some of that. And so my goal today um, is to live stream. And I'm not one of those people that like live streaming. I'm very private. I don't do this kind of thing often, although I have some videos on the web. This is not my thing. So hopefully I'll be able to keep it interesting. I'm going to talk about why I'm going to IMN. I'm going to talk about a lot of different things. My goal is to raise awareness. My goal is to educate. My goal is to provide value. And hopefully you all get something out of it, just like I do. So my story, right? Let me just make sure this thing is working properly. I can't even really tell if it's working. So hopefully this is currently live streaming. I can't even tell if it's streaming or not. Uh, How can I tell if this is streaming? Let me see. Scroll down. Should tell me, right? How can I tell? Broadcast. Let's see. Let me see. Event broadcast. No, that's not it. Hmm. How can I tell if I'm streaming? I can't really tell. Not at all. Let me see. Okay. It's set using. Okay. See camera. It says, let's see. Chrome. Site is using your camera microphone. Tap to return to YouTube Studio. Okay. Hopefully this is working properly. Mute, unmute, edit. See if I can make it come through my car. And then I can't tell what's happening right now. Yeah, complete newbie. Bear with me. Bear with me. I'm just trying to make sure that my microphone is working. Oh, hey, driving, do all this, and then come to find out nothing was coming through, right? That would be like crazy. So that would be crazy. So let me check and make sure that I'm live streaming. That's the most important part. This is what it looks like. Okay. Um, okay, I am live. Let's see. I can't hear myself though. Hello? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So I can't hear myself, which is no bueno. And the mic is not muted. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. The customization. I'm really trying to do that, but no. No. I don't want it in the stream. I want to fix the stream. You're live. Okay. I think I got it now. Hopefully. It says that I'm live. Let me see if I can hear myself. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Customization. Okay. Not really trying to do that, but I'm just testing to make sure this thing's working properly. Once I hear these words, I'll know it's ready to go, and I'm gonna go. Taking me a while to figure this out. Please bear with me. I don't want it in the stream. I want to fix the stream. This is taking forever for real. And I got some place to be. Three people watching. I'm gonna be in this car for a while. Okay. I think I got it now. Hopefully. It says that I'm live. Let me see if I can hear myself. I don't know who the two people are watching right now. Maybe it's me. Me and me. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. All right, it's working. I have confirmed that it's working. Now let's get to business. Let me go ahead and unplug this car. Yeah, so I just, I just came from a dedication, I believe they called it, for one of my little cousins. It was fun. It was cool. It was in Orlando. And so after that, I had to come back here to Tampa to drop off my daughter. To me, it's very important to make sure that that my kids know their family members. Probably because I grew up not knowing my family members, even though they didn't live far away from me. So it's very important to me. So I make sure that, whenever my cousins have events, if my kids can come, if I can bring them, I definitely do. So now back to Driven to Serve. And I apologize for all of the delay and me trying to figure out how to get this microphone working. I don't do a lot of streaming. I'm not a streaming expert. As I indicated earlier, I do not like this at all. I'm only doing it because it is where we are with technology. I'm a cybersecurity consultant by trade. Privacy is very important to me. Other people's privacy is very important to me, which is why I, protect the data of my clients and the tenants that I work with to the highest extreme. But, you know, you have to be seen, you have to be present, you have to be out there if you want to have visibility for yourself and your whatever you want to put out to the world. Having said that, the reason why I'm doing this today, the reason why I'm doing this live stream, even though I hate it, is because I'm doing it for a purpose, right? I have a 27-hour drive from here to Miami Beach, Florida. Then from Miami Beach, Florida, I'm going to Pensacola. After Pensacola, I'm going to Tallahassee. And then Tallahassee, I am going to, after Tallahassee, I'm coming back to Tampa. This is the first leg from Tampa to Miami Beach. And what's in Miami Beach is IMN, SFR, single family rental, East. And so at this conference, you have over 100 speakers. You have a bunch of things going on. And for me, as a real estate agent, as a property manager, as a broker, um, this is the space that you can connect with investors, you can connect with other professionals that can, have mutually beneficial engagements and arrangements. And so I thought I'd make a mission of it, right? There's a couple of things that I want to do with this 27-hour drive. Number one is to provide content and, to educate on, the different facets of real estate investing, property management, affordable housing, co-living. There's just a lot of different topics I want to talk on. Now, as long as I'm in the car and I'm driving, whether I'm stopped at a, Tesla charging station, or whether I am, taking a bio break or what have you, the stream is going to be active, right? It's going to be active and it's going to be ongoing. The only time that I'm going to stop this stream is if I reach a destination, meaning a hotel, or I reach a stopping point, or I'm going into an event. That's the only time that I'm going to stop the stream. And so ultimately, at the end of this, I hope to have around 20 hours of me driving and talking, right? And so, driven to serve, and I am going to do a lot of it, both driving and serving in this journey. And so, my name is Roland. I am a broker owner of a brokerage called PMI JCM Realty Group. I am also the president for the Florida State chapter of the National Association of Residential Property Managers. Now, NARPM, the Florida State chapter of the National Association of Residential Property Managers, one of the key things that we do is we have a conference every year for Florida State, and this year is going to be the best conference that we've ever had. Not just because I'm president this year, but because one of the goals that I have for Florida State NARPM is to grow our membership. And the way that I intend on growing our membership is by having events, NARPM Florida State events in underrepresented areas. And you may not know this, but Miami, and you may not think this is even true, but Miami is one of the most underrepresented areas when it comes to Florida State NARPM. So we have events there. We had an event on April, I believe, 26th or something like that. We're going to have another event in Miami on June 24th. And then we're going to have an event in Fort Lauderdale on July 16th, I believe. We're having an event in Tallahassee, which is another underrepresented area, on May 22nd, which is why that's the third leg of my journey to on this 27-hour trip, right? So, my goal is to promote all of those events, right? Talk about all those events, why I'm having them, what you can expect to get from those events if you do decide to go. But also I want to talk about, real estate investing as a whole, right? I am in a Tesla, so it is driving itself. So I am, hands-free. I am paying attention. Hopefully, having the stream up will keep me awake. But I do have a 6-hour drive. Let me see. I just started my drive. Let me see what time it tells me I'm going to get to my hotel. It tells me I'm going to get to my hotel at 11:18 p.m. So that's exactly about 5 hours. It's 6:16 p.m. right now. So I'm expected to be at my hotel by in exactly 5 hours. And, the good thing about Tesla is it gauges or it structures your drive based on where your nearest Tesla chargers are, and it makes sure that you stop in key areas depending on your what the car needs at any particular point in time. So this particular trip, I only have 2 stops, which is great. So 2 stops for to charge the car, and then let me see, 2 stops to charge the car. Let me see, what is it telling me? First stop is just 7 minutes. Second stop is just 10 minutes, and then I'll be in Miami Beach. So this drive should be interesting. It should be a very interesting drive. We may get some interruptions. People may call, people may not. I am a property manager, so those things do happen. If it does get interrupted, I'll restart the stream. But at least I know the volume's working. People can hear me. And so I'm going to go through and, talk through what I want to talk through, right? And, there may be some quiet and silence as well. It is what it is. Like I said, I'm not one of those people that talk a lot. I'm not one of those people that like being on streams. It's not something that I do often. And so there may be some awkward moments. There may be some quiet moments. This is, me live streaming my journey from, Tampa, Florida on this 27-hour drive, right? Driven to serve, 27 hours, 1 week, 3 cities. And I mean, I'm looking to enjoy this. Hopefully, when I look back at this, it's something that I can say provided value. I can say that I enjoyed. I can say I can learn something, even though I'm the one, talking to myself. But sometimes when you talk things through, even if it's just, from to yourself, it it clarifies things for you, right? So right now, my car is driving, right? The thing that I like about this Tesla, and people don't realize this, unless you experienced it, you don't realize how much energy it takes to drive until you do not have to pay attention to the road as much. I mean, you do have to pay attention, but like not having to keep the car steady in the middle of the road in this lane, not having to press your gas or the brake, having all of that done for you is definitely beneficial, right? Because it'll be a lot harder for me to have this stream in a conversation, and if I have to worry about the car behind or in front of me. Don't get me wrong, I'm surveying what's happening around me at any given moment. If I need to pivot or if I need to swerve or what have you, I can take control of the car and swerve. But it makes it a lot easier for me to have a stream because the car is mostly driving itself, right? Let me see here. Because I told you a little bit about myself. 3 cities, 1 week, 27 hours behind the wheel. Florida State NARPM President's Tesla Road Tour to elevate property management. I like that, right? 1 week, 3 cities, 27 hours behind the wheel. The Florida State NARPM President's Tesla Road Tour to elevate property management. Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, so the first leg, we're on there now. So what do I want to talk about on this first leg? Let me see. What do I want to talk about on this first leg? I got some notes. I'm a pretty organized person. I like doing things in a structured way. Sometimes too structured. But I got some notes that I'm going to go over. Let me see. Notes prepared. And I'm going to edit this as well. After this is all over, this live stream, I'll edit it and repost it so that people can get the most value of it. I can take out all the dead spots and all the things that aren't necessary. If I fall asleep, you guys don't need to be watching me sleep, right? Although I know some people do that, right? And maybe you do want to watch me sleep. I don't know. Like it is what it is. Okay. Let's see. Watch me sleep. Let's see. Origin story. Just going through my notes. really quickly. Yeah, I'm still going through my notes. Let's see. So every once in a while, within your Tesla, what it does is it alerts you to engage with the wheel in some way, so that it knows you're paying attention. Um, so that's what, every, like, it depends. Sometimes every 2 minutes, sometimes every 10 minutes, different lengths of time. But okay. Let's see. Why a NARPM State chapter president gets in a Tesla and drive 27 hours in 1 week, set the tone. Okay, so, I think I already talked about why I'm doing this. I want to provide education. Um, I want to promote the events that Florida State NARPM is putting together. I want to talk about the events that I'm actually going to. That IMN is not an NARPM event, but I think it's an important one. They gave me some free tickets, which is why I'm going. Right. Um, but also the connections and the people and all of that is important as well. So I think all of that is critical, and I'll edit out what I said earlier in terms of why um, why I am going to this event, or why I'm doing this trip. But it's to provide education, to provide awareness. It's to educate people. Again, education is a big part of why I'm doing this. So it's a bunch of different things, right? As the Florida State chapter of NARPM, you just need to be out there promoting NARPM, the NARPM brand, providing education and support. And this is just part of that. And then, of course, as I stated, I also want to make sure that people know about the Florida State conference, which is going to be from September 7th to September 11th on the Utopia of the Seas. And then also the events that I'm having in Miami, events that NARPM's having in Tallahassee, and events that NARPM's having in Fort Lauderdale. So those are all the key reasons why I'm doing it. And I think it's fun, right? Like driving 27 hours, that's a long drive, but it's across a whole week. So let's see how it works. Now, fair warning. This is not your grandmother's podcast, right? This is not your grandmother's live stream. I am a little educated, um, and I have a bachelor's, I have a master's degree, so I can sometimes talk very educated. But I'm also from Brooklyn, right? I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and sometimes I can talk real Brooklyn, right? And so sometimes I'll go in between the two, I would say, lingos, right? And um, so I may not always be correct, politically correct. I may not always say the nicest words. So I apologize to anyone who gets offended ahead of time, right? And the only reason why I'm even saying apologize ahead of time to people who get offended ahead of time, because this is a public forum, public space. If you don't like, what I'm saying, you don't have to listen, which is absolutely true. However, um, you know, I'm a big believer in respect. I want to give respect. I expect to get respect. And the apology is simply just to forewarn people that while most of the things that you hear may be vanilla, there may be some color that comes along with it. And as long as you're okay with a little bit of color, then you will be fine. If you're not okay with a little bit of color, that's fine as well. You can get off the stream, and or you can get the edited, um, PG version of what it is that I'm going to be talking about. All right, cool. So, what is IMN SFR East and why it matters? Now, I don't know that I can break down what IMN SFR East is, because this is the first time I'm actually going there ever in life. right? So I don't know what to expect. I know some people that are going that have been there before, and they've told me about it, and they said that it's a great way to network. You can connect with a lot of investors, vendors. There's a lot of information that you can get from the event. But outside of the fact that a lot of people have, I mean, some people that I know have told me about it, I've never been there myself, so I can't give you any real world answer as to why it's important. I don't know that it is important yet, right? Because even though I'm going, I still have to experience it for myself for me to actually give you a realistic um, response as to what the value is for IMN SFR. I mean, they have a lot of speakers, over 100 speakers from what the website says. Have a lot of different sessions. I've signed up for many of the sessions that they have. Um, Co-living vendors are going to be there. Um, there's a lot of finance folks that are going to be there. Um, so, you know, until I've attended and experienced it, I won't be able to give you um, a true and honest perspective on why it's important. I can tell you single family residential homes are important to me because it's just a whole lot of them, right? I mean, it's a key focus. Built to rent is key because that's something that the larger um, investment firms have been doing for a while. But there is some talk in Washington, D.C. to limit institutional investors from purchasing, large portfolio of single-family residential homes so that um, it stops impacting the prices so that homes could be more affordable, right? And so there's an area where, a gray area, I would say, where institutional investors are finding it beneficial to their bottom line to buy single family homes in bulk or to build them in bulk, build to rent. But by them building to rent, they are messing up the market for people who want to buy homes. And it boggles my mind how that works, right? Because when you think about it, when these institutional investors are buying to rent, right? In order for the property to cash flow, they have to buy it at a price point that it cash flows. So even if they're buying, let's say, 1,000 single-family residential homes at one time, they still have to pay a wholesale price low enough so that when they put a tenant in there, it cash flows, right? And if they have to pay the wholesale price, I don't know why a home buyer could not buy a home at that price and it'd be affordable to them, right? Like, but you know, the story is when institutional investors invest in these areas, the prices go up dramatically, and it makes it harder for the regular Joe to purchase, properties, right? And so that's the talk. They're trying to figure out how to deal with the new potential regulations. I think there's a 7-year limit that they're trying to put in place. I don't know all the rules and what's happening with all of that stuff because it's still in the works. I don't think anybody knows what they're going to do yet. We have a new Fed chairman that's about to come in place, so who knows what's going to happen with that. But what they want to do is they want to reduce interest rates, and so them reducing interest rates will definitely encourage purchases of homes, right? But then when you reduce interest rates and you encourage, property sales, then prices go up, right? And so you got to balance the inflationary effects of reducing rates and things like that. But one thing that I will tell you is don't hold cash. I mean, if and I am no expert in financials, at all. Right? Like, I am not a CPA, and this is not financial advice, and none of this is legal advice. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only, right? But the best storage of the best storage of wealth is still real estate, right? And so if you have your money in real estate and the prices go up, you are going to do well. You don't have you have your money in the bank somewhere, you're probably not going to get as good a return as you may want, right? So take that with a grain of salt. Um, like I said, I am not a financial advisor by any means. I am a real estate agent, broker, investor. I am a co-living expert. I am a real estate expert. I am a property management expert. But I am not an expert um, in, um, in economics, right? Like, I know some things, but there's a lot more things that I don't know. And so, that at the end of the day, based on the people that I see speaking at IMN, at the very least, being in the room with those individuals is going to be beneficial. So until I get there, I won't know if the people in those rooms are full of shit or not, right? Um, and there may be, but who knows? But but at least you'll be in the room. I'll be in the room. I'll get to evaluate, assess, and then determine from there how to proceed. Let me see. The state single family rental investing. The state of single family rental investing in Florida right now. Okay. What am I seeing in the ground? Interest rates, inventory, investor sentiment. You know, right now, investor sentiment is, I would say, neutral, but it's skewing towards going up. And the reason why I say that is there are a lot of investors looking for deals, and the fact that the federal government is working on reducing the interest rate is something that investors are happy about. And that's just the reality of it. They are definitely happy about the fact that um, they're definitely happy about the fact that they want to reduce the interest rates. I think we're getting close, if we're not already, at a um, at an inventory, at a stable inventory mark for a balanced inventory for the market. And there was a time where we did not have a lot of inventory at all, and it was an issue. But I think we're at a place where we have a good amount of inventory, and the market is fairly stable right now. I think the only thing that's keeping people from purchasing is mostly the interest rates, but secondarily, the price points. But a lot of people who thought that they can get 20 or 30% more for their properties are reducing their price points because they're seeing their properties sitting on sale. And between the interest rate and the sales price, if the property is in good condition, those are the two areas that you're going to have to look at if you want your property to sell. So I think in Tampa, I think the market is pretty good, right? If you are an investor, they have a lot of opportunity for you out here, right? Um, there's just a lot of opportunity out here. So, man, and that would be my 2 cents on where the market is for real estate investing, the sentiment about the um, the single-family residential homes in Florida, in Tampa. HOAs are still a pain in the butt. Um, the HOA fees can definitely impact your monthly payments, and that can definitely impact the sale. But you know, outside of that, though, I think Tampa is in a decent place. Why is a Miami co-living opportunity most investors? Why is Miami? Wait, why Miami is a co-living opportunity most investors are sleeping on? Okay, so the question is, why Miami is a co-living opportunity most investors are sleeping on? Okay, so Miami is one of the newer markets in Florida that have expanded, that the co-living market has expanded in, right? And so usually in areas like Miami where prices are so high, co-living should be very successful here because it's one of those places where people are always complaining about affordable housing, right? Co-living does very, very, very well in areas where people have issues with high rental prices or high housing costs as a whole, right? And so the model for co-living that I'm talking about is with a company called Split. They'll have other companies that are smaller, but Split is definitely a leader of the pack, second to none in the co-living space. And they do some certain things that make them uniquely successful. And but I think the challenge is there's a stigma um, with co-living, and there shouldn't be, right? Like people. So, for example, my father not owns. He rents. You might as well say he owns it. He's lived there so long. He owns he rents a three-bedroom, a three-bedroom, one bath apartment in Brooklyn, New York, right? Now, he came to this country in 1970 something, right? And, I came here when I was probably 1980 something, whatever, right? And he's lived in that property ever since, right? But when he was having kids and everything, having three bedrooms was a necessity. But now his kids are grown, he doesn't necessarily need a three-bedroom for himself, and so he's renting out the the other bedrooms to people who need affordable housing in Brooklyn, right? So it's a very, very similar concept, right? And so I tell people all the time that people have been renting our rooms forever, right? It's nothing new with that. What's new about renting out the rooms is the way it's being done. Same way that Airbnb did not create bed and breakfast. That's been in existence for since probably the beginning of time. What they did is they created systems, they created processes, they created a technology, a platform that allowed the average individual to put properties on there for rent, for as a vacation rental for people to people who have disposable income and want a different experience than from a hotel, right? Now, the problem that Airbnb has is that it's highly regulated, it's highly saturated, and it has a lot of headwinds when it comes to the hotel lobby trying to minimize their footprint or impact, right? Because the hotel lobby is their biggest competition, right? And so and so and so when you look at it, from that perspective, co-living is doing the same thing, except they're tackling affordable housing and they're providing long-term rentals to people like students, people who just graduated and they can't afford, $22,000 to $2,500 of month in rent, plus all the other overhead that go along with that. To people who work at bars, to people who work at the mall. This is targeted towards your blue collar workers who are just looking for an affordable rental that is not easily found in some of these metropolitan areas. And so when you look at some place like Miami, you would expect that it would go gangbusters. But while there are people who have started co-living rentals in Miami, there's still a lot of opportunity for co-living in that market because it's very new. A lot of people aren't aware of it and they don't understand the value. So let me tell you the value. Whether you are in, and we're probably going to have a co-living pad split manager in one of these legs when we were driving, because I told him that I would drive with him from Miami Beach to Orlando before I head to Pensacola. And so I'm probably going to have a situation where we're both going to be at, ask, having, question and answer session between the two of us while we drive for, X amount of hours. I'm not going to stop my stream because someone's in the car. And so we're just going to have to, live, Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, getting back to what I was saying is, regardless of where you are, right? If you are in a major metropolitan city, affordable housing is an issue, right? I think the point that investors miss and why they're not jumping on it, they don't know. But when you think about co-living and what it does, it's a way to diversify your risk, and it's a way to get multifamily returns on a single family home. What do I mean by that? So the success or the benefit of having a multifamily property is the economy of scale, right? You have one building, you have one structure, you pay one price, but you have multiple people paying you revenue from those buildings. So if one person stops paying, you're still getting revenue from all of the other renters of that property, right? So let's say you have 100 units, one person stops paying, you still have 99 units, right? So that's the one benefit, right? Maintenance is a little bit less challenging, and you make a lot more money on those buildings. The challenge is when you have a 100-unit building, those 100-unit buildings cost millions of dollars, right? So it's a much larger scale. So, but what if you can have a multi-unit house, right? Meaning you rent out your properties by the room. The way the co-living model currently works is they take a property, let's say the property is a 3-2, right? And the property has maybe 2,000 square feet, right? Well, out of those 3-2, in that 3-2, right, you may have, in those 3 bedrooms, let's say each bedroom is 10 by 10, 10 by 10, 10 by 10, right? That's 100 square feet for each bedroom, right? So that's 300 square feet taken up. But then I said there's 2,000 square feet. So you have 1,700 square feet, right? Part of that 1,700 square feet could be the kitchen, living room, dining room, den, right? But that's not where you make your money. So living rooms, dining room, dens, they're great for families because it gives families the ability to commune in a location in the house. When you have multiple people, just like an apartment building, you have common areas, right? And so if you don't have a family living in that house, you don't need that big of a communal space. So what happens is they take those living rooms, dining rooms, and they convert them into bedrooms, right? And you have to make sure that you're doing your permits where appropriate. You contact your city, in your county, to make sure you're doing everything within the confines and the rules and regulations of your particular city. But converting those properties, converting those the living room, dining room, those other rooms into bedrooms, that's when you start getting your economy of scale. And the way I kind of tell people is that your first 5 rooms, 4 to 5 rooms, that's going to cover your overhead. Your next 3, 4, 5 rooms, that's your cash flow. So if you have an 8 bedroom, 9 bedroom co-living house, you're going to be making a ton of money, a ton of cash flow, because you're able, they're able to diversify the risk, and you're making, particularly in Tampa, I'm just going to use Tampa as an example because that's the city I'm in. You make anywhere from $200 to $350 per week per room, right? In Miami, I have a property, not Miami, in Fort Lauderdale, I have a property right now that we have converted into a living property that's being rented out. And that property is being rented out for $295 per week for room. That's with a shared bathroom. For a in-suite bathroom, someone have a bathroom in their room, it's closer to $400 per week per room, right? And so you got to keep in mind the utilities are included, right? The internet is included, right? So they don't have to deal with or pay for any of the, you don't have to deal with or pay for any of the, they don't have to deal with or pay for any of the normal items that they would probably pay for had they be renting out the entire property themselves. And then for the investor, you know, like I said, in Tampa, the average rent is anywhere from 2,000 to 2,500, right? When you convert it into a co-living property, right? Even though you're paying the same amount for the single-family home, anywhere from 250 to maybe 450, right? You're making $8,000 to $10,000 per month top line revenue, right? So it completely changes the dynamics. It completely changes the dynamics on the type of revenue an investor can make, because they're getting multifamily returns on single family homes, right? And so that's the missed opportunity that investors don't see. So what are some of the challenges that or pushback, or what are some of the complaints, challenges, pushbacks? What's the right word for it? When someone objections that um, that an investor has, well, they don't want to. They don't want to add additional rooms. They don't want to restructure the property, right? That is one of the biggest challenges or issues that investors complain about. The fact that they have to make changes. The fact that they have to make changes to the property in order to rent it out. Don't mind that. That's just Tesla singing, whatever. Don't know if you can hear that. Um, the second thing that they complain about is permitting, right? There's a lot of investors that are very concerned when they have to permit, or they're concerned if the property is not permitted, right? But permitting is a big issue, which is why I say, make sure you take the time to engage with your city, your county, to determine what's common and ordinary, and how to best to handle that type of to handle permitting in those areas, right? Because that's definitely important. Those are the two biggest issues, I would say. The fact that a lot of people don't want to change the home, add rooms. But the reality is, man, putting up sheetrock is no big deal, right? Like putting up sheetrock is really, really, really no big deal. And that's me saying that as a property manager, and I'm in the business, right? So, but for an average investor, they may not want to have to deal with that. But once you get past those two key hurdles, everything else is uphill, right? Like, if you, and another thing too, you have to drawbacks, right? You have to kind of pay attention to when you have a co-living property or a passive. You are going to have multiple people living in a home that if you're in an area where people have fuck, they're gonna use their money to fuck with you. Pause. What's gonna happen if I answer this? It looks like I'm still streaming. A call was coming in. I thought I attempted to answer it, but it went away. So I'm not sure what happened. If it's important, they'll call back. Maybe. Who knows? But I'm still doing my live stream. Like I said, I am streaming for the entire time I'm driving, and so hopefully we don't get no more interruptions. So where was I? I was talking about the co-living, right? I was talking about I told my all the issues, right? The objections. One objection is permits. The other one changing the structure. But outside of that, everything else is pretty cookie cutter and straightforward. Fairly standard stuff. What else? Let's see. Let me see. The Airbnb investor hiding in plain sight. Miami has thousands of Airbnbs. Airbnb hosts whose margins are shrinking. Talk about what the pivot looks like and why co-living is the natural landing place for smart STR operators in South Florida. That is a good question. Why is co-living the natural landing place for smart STR operators in South Florida? Well, first, let me say a couple of things. Not all properties are suited for pads, but just like not all properties are suited for Airbnb, and not all properties are suited for long-term rentals, right? Every community, especially if it's an HOA, has its rules, and that's the point that I was trying to make before. When you have a property and that property is in an area where people have fucking money, they're gonna use their money to fuck with you. And you'll find that, there's a lot of rules and restrictions that have gone up to prevent areas from having, Airbnb and short-term rentals. And I can tell you, when it comes to co-living, it may be the same thing as well. I wouldn't even advise people put co-living properties in, HOAs, highly engaged and involved HOAs. They are very affluent, right? You don't want to do that. The price points are just too high. Plus, the people in there can make it very a challenging situation. So you don't want to do that, right? So you have to make sure you pick your spots. But having said that, right? Let's say you find the right property in the right area, and it's a match, right? It's a market match. Then what you have to do is you have to make sure that you have at least, I would say, starting out 3 to 4 bedrooms, right? It's a lot easier to go from 3 to 4 bedrooms to 6 and 8 than having to go from 2 bedrooms to 6 and 8, right? It's a lot, you just a lot more you have to make up. And then you have to make sure that the property has, um, you gotta make sure the property has enough space to add, and the floor plan is right, so you can add the additional bedrooms. Because remember what I said, your first 5 rooms, that's paying your overhead. The next two, anything above that, that's your cash flow, right? To really make money off fast split or co-living, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, that's really where you're making your money, right? Not the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, don't get me wrong. There's some people who have 4 bedroom co-living properties that's on pass split that's making money, but usually they don't have a mortgage. Like there's certain things that make that profitable, even with the low bedroom count. But if you are planning to have, if you're planning to make money off your property, if you're planning to make money, plan to have 6 or more. Period. Right? And the opportunity for short-term rental operators in Miami is immense. And the reason why is you're already been trained by Airbnb to deal with people being in your home. You already been trained by Airbnb to deal with room terms. Like you're really already, and then you're already trained to have furniture and a whole bunch of things in your property that you just don't need in a co-living property. You don't need bedding. You don't need to provide all the amenities that you would normally provide for a short-term rental. Because remember what I said, right? Short-term rentals are like short-term rentals are like hotels of one room, right? Like it's a single unit hotel. And so the amenities that you're providing in that single unit hotel is most of the time hotel level amenities, as opposed to co-living where you're not providing any of those amenities, right? You're providing a bed, you're providing a mattress covers, they're bringing their own pillow, they're bringing their own bedding, right? And so you're already ahead of the game because you're already used to providing a lot more than what you have to for the co-living property, right? And then you can make more money and people stay longer, less turns, right? It's a win for you if you are an individual who has owned and operated an Airbnb, because the transition is very easy to make, right? It's because like they just have very similar, it's two sides of the same coin. Airbnbs are focused on um, short-term rentals, disposable income, co-living pass split, focus on affordable housing, long-term rentals, right? But those things in the middle remain the same, right? So yeah, that's important. Let's see. Next thing. I hope that answered that question. I hope that answered the question. What's the next one? I'm already tired of talking. I don't know how people can do this. Like talking with 24 hours there, I'm like, damn, my throat already hurt. I'm about to shut the fuck up. Like I don't know how people can talk that much, man. Like, yeah, shit, I can't. I need a break. I need a break. You about to enter a zone where you're just gonna hear me uh Oh yeah, you're not gonna hear nothing. I'm about to enter a zone where you're just going to hear air. I mean, I might play some music. I might play some music. See how that turns out. Yeah, I like all different types of music. But to be honest with you, when I drive, I typically don't listen to anything. Like I drive for hours straight and not listen to anything. Sometimes, I try to listen to. If I'm listening to music, it's um, it's Spanish music because I'm trying to learn Spanish, um, or Haitian music because I want to keep up with the language. Um, so I might listen to hip hop, rap too, reggae. So I mean, but for the most part, I don't listen to anything. I'm in my thoughts trying to figure out how to make my next move my best move. Let's see. Is let's see. Family. I need to turn here. All right. So, the Airbnb investor hiding in plain sight. We talked about that. Okay, cool. Okay. What it actually means to serve as the NARPM chapter state president? Oh man, good question. What does it actually mean to serve as the Florida State NARPM state president? This podcast, if you want to call it that, it's called Driven to Serve. And so let me tell you the story about how I became the Florida State NARPM president. So I've been a part of NARPM since I bought my franchise back in 2016. That's one of the first things people advise, become a part of NARPM. So I did at that time. I was a cybersecurity consultant. I worked at PricewaterhouseCoopers, and my goal was to transition out of um, the IT space and you know investment space because in my opinion, belief anyway, real estate is the best storage of wealth. Not only that, you can get residual income, a lot of things. Hello, this is just happened. I thought I just answered the call. I don't know what I'm doing. So, um, We're live. Me. Driven to serve. 3 cities, 1 week, 27 hours of driving in a Tesla from Tampa to Miami Beach, Miami Beach to Pensacola, Pensacola to Tallahassee, Tallahassee back to Tampa. Driven to serve. I wonder how much of that was captured. Oh, In Miami, going down to Miami Beach for this conference. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's been a long time. Never did a full stream. I had exactly zero people watching, but it's okay. It's the first one. Over time, we'll make it. So I have about 8 minutes before I reach my destination. Again, I'm gonna say 3 cities, 1 week, 3 events, 27 hours of driving, mostly self-driving in a Tesla. The 2026 NARPM Florida State President going on a driving tour across the state to promote the Florida State Conference. September 7th to September 11th. You're going to get so much from this conference. Building agentic AI bots for your company. Real estate agents are going to get CE credits. Property managers are going to get. It's just so much you're going to get from this conference. Plus, you can do the ROGO, the playoff ROGO, refer one, get one. So if you refer someone that adds your name on their registration as their refer, you'll get the conference registration complimentary. It's going to be great. Utopia of the Seas, great event. You don't want to miss it. Also, on Friday, May 20th, on Thursday, May 21st, Northwest chapter of NARPM, they're having an event, 6-hour CE course with Kirk Eason. Then on the 22nd, Tallahassee, luncheon learn. You don't want to miss that event either. One of my goals, like I said, is to increase the membership for NARPM, having events in areas that are underrepresented by NARPM. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Yeah, just have to look where we're going real quick. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. So ultimately, if you have questions about co-living, affordable housing, expert and consultant, um, the subject and the body in the description. I'd be more than happy to work with you and to give you a free assessment of your property to ensure that you're getting the best return on your investment, right? Whether that's an Airbnb, a long-term rental, or co-living, I can do an assessment to help you determine if you are getting the highest and best use for your property. Yeah, we have about 3 minutes left. So certainly, so I haven't talked probably the past hour or two, um, but I talked for a long time, more than I've ever talked, particularly on camera. Having the camera record my every move for 6 hours, and when I go from Miami Beach out here to Pensacola, complete other side of the state, that is going to be a 12-hour drive. That's going to be such an incredible drive. I've never done nothing like that before. I mean, I've driven for a long periods of time before, but I've never driven for a long period of time while having a camera record everything that I do and post it, seeing the results of that, and it's not being posted and or given to the world. So it's crazy. Yep, 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 yep. Yeah, 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 yeah. So I'm here about 1 minute away now. I'm gonna shut it down as soon as I get to where I'm about to go. Made a couple of phone calls. I muted you guys a little. You probably heard some of my phone calls. I wish, I could have had the live on my iPhone. So I could have used my Android, but unfortunately, it's not the way it's working. Can't do nothing about that. So it is what it is. Thank you so much for whoever video to make it probably more concise. I don't know whether it's better to have the raw video or the edited one, but either way, as long as the content is providing value, that is what my goal is. I'm yawning like crazy now. It's gonna be even worse when I drive to Tallahassee, because that 12 drive I expect to be driving literally, from here through Orlando, going up to Pensacola. It's gonna be such a bear. Such a bear. Mm-mm-mm. This is interesting. The fact that, millions of people using YouTube to not have any issues with people using unlimited space like that. That's a lot of server space. Oh my goodness. A lot of server space. Never really. I've been in the area, but this part of it.